That I'll call to order the regular meeting of council for Tuesday, January the 14th, 2020. The agenda, are there any changes, additions? In which case I'll move the agenda be approved as presented. Those in favor? Opposed? The motion's carried unanimously. Moving on to approval of minutes. The minutes of November 12th, 2019. Special meeting of council. Are there errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll move they be adopted as presented. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Looking at the minutes of December 3rd, regular meeting of council. Are there errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll move they be adopted as presented. Those in favor? Opposed? And I'll look at the minutes of December 10th, special meeting of council. Are there errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll move the minutes be adopted as presented. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Moving on to item F1, Bylaw 2018-27, the Municipal Development Plan Amendment, Steep Creek Hazard. Ms. Wojtenko.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. Is everybody warm?
I'm warm.
Good. It's cold out there.
It's always warm in here.
It is warm in here. First thing, I'd just like to apologize that the date of the meeting on the staff report does say December 10th. This should say January 14th, 2020. This is an agenda item that was set for the December 10th meeting, and it is a
It says January 14th on it.
Oh, it has been updated.
Somebody corrected it.
Someone corrected it before. Probably. That's great. That is excellent. Thank you very much.
No need for a mea culpa.
But as I mentioned, this is a holdover from the December 10th meeting. We were going to bring this forward at the same time that the land use bylaw amendment, or the new land use bylaw, was passed. This is to run in conjunction with the new land use bylaw, but we did run out of time at that meeting. So I'm here today to present the bylaw 2018-27, which is an amendment to the Municipal Development Plan. And this amendment is in particular related to the Steep Creek hazard regulations that we've put into place. There's also a few other minor little changes of wording that isn't quite right, more clerical corrections that I'd like to fix at the same time. So what is an MDP? It's our high-level planning policy direction. And we at the town of Canmore, following the floods of 2013, we've been working quite hard to establish land use regulations to deal with the Steep Creek hazards that we experience here in the town of Canmore during large events. And so through our work that we've been doing, we've not only regulated steep creeks by the hazard, but we've also adopted it's kind of a new approach in Alberta to look at how can we incorporate the risk of that hazard into our regulations. A hazard is only a hazard if you don't have an element of vulnerability in the way of that hazard. And within the town of Canmore, we have a lot of elements, development, in the way or in the path of those hazards. And so we are trying to reduce both the risk and the hazard of those of Steep Creek. And so we felt that it was prudent to put these regulations into our very highest level planning document to make sure that we are managing these risks appropriately. And so in the MDP, we have set out a tolerance level for that risk right within the MDP. And then we worked probably about 2 years to develop regulations for the land use bylaw, which now have been adopted. We're also working on engineering design guidelines, which I believe are set to come forward to council on March 3rd. And you will see a whole set of regulations or guidelines in there as well for if you are going to be constructing a building in a Steep Creek hazard zone, what do those construction measures need to be to make sure that you're protecting your building adequately. So some of the amendments that we're proposing in the MDP with this bylaw is to ensure consistency between the regulation and the engineering design guidelines. So we put the high-level policy into place with MDP, and we've been kind of using that as a guideline as we develop our regulations. And now that we've adopted those regulations, it's good to go back and make sure that the information is in the right places and that it is consistent. We've also removed the erosion zone text in the MDP. As we've been working through the regulations, we've realized that erosion zones should be included within the entire study. So at our basin level studies, we're now including those erosion zones and not as a separate item for consideration. And we've also, in this amendment, replaced the diagram illustrating the ALARP principle as low as reasonably possible. And Council has seen a few iterations of this diagram, and we've been trying to make it easier for both Council and the public to understand. So this is on the left side is the chart that we propose to remove, and on the right side is the chart that is replacing the old one. As we've been working through this, the consultants for the town, as well as the consultants for the province, have been working on the provincial guidelines for doing basin level studies. And these concepts are constantly evolving. And so we may see in the future some changes to that ALARP principle in how we're communicating that with the public. We've been finding that it's a challenging concept to understand because it's a band of risk. And just the terminology. So we may see some updates to that coming forward in the future. The last amendments is we have removed some of those more detailed development-related policies that are in the Steep Creek Hazard Overlay District. They were in the MDP as kind of high-level direction, but they fit better in with the regulation. And the other thing that we have done is in the land use bylaw, we have put maps in, and I'm just going to go to the next slide to show you. So on the right-hand side is the mapping that we've put into the land use bylaw. So it's very specific. It is property by property. There's no question of, well, am I in the orange? Am I in the yellow? How do I deal with the regulations between the high, moderate, and the extreme high zone? It's very clear now. Whereas in the Steep Creek Hazard and Risk Policy, which came along with the MDP, we use this as kind of a guideline to help us develop the regulations. Where would we expect red? Where would we expect like the high or the moderate? But now that we have the maps on the right-hand side in the land use bylaw, and they're very property specific, this eliminates the need for us to have the Steep Creek Hazard and Risk Policy, which really set as a good interim regulation for us to follow. So how do we want to get to where we want to go? And now we're here, and we're going to start implementing these regulations so that policy can now be repealed by Council. And that's just what I spoke to about repealing the Steep Creek Hazard and Risk Policy. So the other few minor MDP amendments that I spoke about in Section 14, there's just some updated terminology to match the water and sewer bylaws. In Section 18, this was an error that came forward, I think, when the MDP was originally adopted. We had customer satisfaction surveys, but we actually have citizen satisfaction surveys. So I think that was some sort of a typo that we just missed. And in Section 18, we have changed the name of the report to Report to the Community versus Annual State of the Town Report. And so our recommendation today is that Council give second and third reading to Bylaw 2018-27 to amend the MDP. And secondly, that Council repeal the Steep Creek Hazard and Risk Policy PD-013. And I can answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. This has certainly been before Council a number of times in one form or another, going back, 6 years. I feel familiar with it. Is there questions from councillors? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mayor Borman, thank you for your presentation, Ms. Wojtenko. My question is about how this integrates with the disaster management plan, because if it's a risk, we have to also manage it on the front end, right? Are you aware of how people get notified if there's an impending risk or an impending situation that this might, I mean, we're dealing with it on this end, but there's also the front end of it where you're coming up to it?
I think I'm going to refer that question to either Ms. DeSoto or Ms. Caudill, who have been working probably with Greg on the emergency management plan.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Councillor Sanford, I'm trying to understand your question. Certainly, we do significant monitoring each spring around the flood season, and there's an increased level of communication to the public through all of our channels around the risk associated with, you know, a rain event or a melt event. There are evacuation plans also that are part of the emergency management plan. So if we were to ever get to a situation where we felt there was the need to evacuate, we would enact those plans. Is that the question you were asking?
Because I think there's heightened concern in the community about some of these issues that we are managing. But there's always the front end of it where we communicate to people when there's an impending hazard, and we evacuate long before the hazard puts people at serious risk, right?
Correct.
So that we have a matrix that shows what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, what's safe and what's not safe. But we also have a very robust emergency management plan that keeps people safe.
Absolutely. And I'm not specifically certain that the map that Ms. Wojtenko had up, I think, is that a map before any mitigation is implemented?
That's correct. The map that I showed was for Cougar Creek for what the hazard and risk is currently. With the development of the debris flood structure that I think is supposed to commence construction this spring.
Correct.
Once we have the final design, which I think we do now have, so Felix, who is project managing, is going to be going back to the consultants and saying, hey, can you redo the hazard and the risk mapping? And once we get to a stage in the construction where we know that the hazard and the risk has been reduced to that level that the final design is supposed to go to, we will update the mapping in the land use bylaw to that mitigate, like the post-mitigation mapping. And I believe the plan for this structure is to have Cougar Creek have either zero hazard or there might be a little bit of residual hazard in the low, but there wouldn't be the same high, extreme, kind of moderate levels of hazard and risk.
So for now, these hazard maps are as is without that upstream mitigation.
Yeah, and we would do that for any creek within the town of Canmore. So if there's increased mitigation in place on Three Sisters Creek or Stoneworks, and we're confident in the level of risk mitigation, we would amend these maps to reduce the hazard so people could have more development potential on their properties.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from members of council? Oh, Councillor Comfort.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Sanford. I just wondered, I'm just curious about drills. What kind of drills do we do with our emergency services, with evacuation and the like, moving equipment, et cetera?
So, I mean, we do a host of different kinds of drills, tabletop exercises, staff training. Yeah, we do a variety of different types of drills. I mean, the frequency with which we do them has diminished in the last year because of the some of the workload for the protective services manager, but it's, you know, there's always a review of the plan every year. We participate in a full-blown exercise with Banff. We do a variety and assume different circumstances when we do them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I do think I just want to point out that this what you're being asked to approve here and emergency management are of course connected, but they are separate. This is really a planning issue. And emergency management talks to planning and works with planning regularly, but this is not an emergency management tool.
Yeah, and Councillor, I can speak a little bit to the emergency management plan that Councillor Seeley and I were on the emergency management committee when that plan was revised, rewritten after 2013 floods, and it's a really comprehensive document. It covers all sorts of eventualities and all sorts of potential emergencies, not only flooding, but fire and rail disasters. So, and I know our protective services and fire and rescue do stay abreast of the plans and work those plans into their training discussions and exercise. So just rest reassured that there is a well-defined plan in place.
It's a good message for the community to receive also, because I think it's the kind of thing that sort of fades into the back of your mind as day-to-day, quotidian emergencies in your own home and so forth take priority, and then all of a sudden it's on the news, it's happening in other places, and people get anxious. So thank you for that information.
Any other questions for Ms. Wojtenko? Seeing none, thanks for your presentation. With that, I'll move the council give second reading to Bylaw 2018-27 to amend the municipal development plan. Is there a discussion on the motion? I'll speak to it briefly. We have been working on this amendment for some time. We've seen previous reports that detail the changes and the intent. I'm very comfortable in now giving second and third reading to the bylaw. No further discussion. I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And I'll then move the council give third reading to Bylaw 2018-27 to amend the municipal development plan. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And I'll now move that council repeal Steep Creek Hazard and Risk Policy PD-013. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Moving on then to item F2, the offer to purchase a portion of 12th Street and 3rd Avenue. Ms. Wojtenko.
Thank you. And just before I start, I also wanted to point out that this was also another agenda item which was held over from the December 10th meeting. And the agreement that was provided in the original agenda package had a set of dates in the agreement which have now expired. And so I do have a copy of the agreement with new dates, and it has been signed by the landowners, that you know what the new dates of the agreement would be. So
Okay, thank you.
if I may approach.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. So the only changes in the agreement are the date, and for your heads up, they are just about a month later because we're having the meeting approximately 1 month later.
But only 6 days from today, correct?
To enter into the agreement, yes, to have a signed agreement. So the applicant or the landowner has already signed the agreement, so it would require signing from town administration if council chooses to enter into the offer. So the recommendation coming forward from administration is to enter into the offer to purchase an interim agreement for a portion of 12th Street and 3rd Avenue as presented. And I just want to point out that that is the recommendation in the staff report, and it would be as presented today to you in council, the updated agreement with the new dates, and to direct the proceeds of the sale to the general capital reserves. So the town of Canmore was approached by a landowner of these 3 parcels, which are highlighted in blue, lot 15, 16, and lot 17, to close a portion of the road adjacent to the properties and sell that land to the landowner. And this offer is not under the direction of council. Council did not go out and say, hey, we have land for sale, who wants to buy this? We have been approached by the landowner. And so we must follow the policy from the town of Canmore for land sales or land transactions. And this defines how we acquire, dispose of land. So typically any lands for sale by the town of Canmore must go up for sale to the public first. However, because of the nature of the sale of this land, the design of it, it can only be for sale to that owner because you need to maintain legal and physical access to properties. And so there is no opportunity to sell it to anyone else. It must be the landowner of the lots highlighted in blue. So this site is located adjacent to Policeman's Creek, which is on the south side. And access to these lots is kind of the turnoff near the Safeway. So that's off Railway Avenue onto what we call Railway Court. And it's kind of a laneway. And it's a very popular, you've probably walked past it hundreds of times as you're walking along the creek, the nice river path, and it's this house that's set off into the trees.
A beautiful trail through the woods there that our community enjoys.
Yes, yeah, along what's 3rd Avenue. So the trail is actually in a road allowance, a government road allowance. Yeah. And so the portion of land that they're proposing to buy is 758 meters squared, and it is a portion of both 12th Street and 3rd Avenue. So to purchase this land, it must be closed as a road and turned into a titled piece of land. The town cannot sell roadway without first going through the entire process of closing that road. And so they have illustrated in this survey plan on the right-hand side that the dark gray area, and which is highlighted here in purple and black, as the area of road that they would like to purchase. And it is an undeveloped road allowance, so it isn't a fully developed road with curbs and gutters. It's barely developed as a laneway at this point in time. And it is a laneway that we do not maintain. The civic address of these properties is number 3 and 5 Railway Court, and they are lot 15, 16, and 17, block 66, plan 1095F. And this is important to note that it is plan 1095F, so this is one of the original surveyed plans for the town of Canmore. It was done in 1890, so it is quite old. So typically when we get applications from properties which are in Plan 1095F, we do ask for the surveyors to go back out, especially if it's next to a water body, because when it was surveyed back in 1890, the water body has changed its boundaries over time, and so the landowner did do that. They have had the legal top of bank surveyed again. So what is the existing site? What are the conditions now? So you do access the site off of Railway Court, which I said is an undeveloped laneway. There is an existing house and shop. However, the house and the shop are on a portion of the lots, 15 and 16, and it also encroaches onto a portion of 12th Street. And I have looked through the files. We don't have any record of approval of the original house and shop. They were probably done back when the Planning Commission, sorry, not the Planning Commission, the province was the approval authority, and we probably never got the file transferred to the town. So I'm sorry, I don't have any record of how old the house is. And then there's also a shed on lot 14, which is the lot to the left. That's Crown-owned land, so that's not under the authority of the town of Canmore. We don't own that land. And to speak to how old the house is, it is connected to municipal water, but it is still on a septic tank and field. So this is the road closure area, again, the hatched area. This is the shop, which encroaches. This is the house, which also encroaches and goes across 2 property boundaries. And then there are sheds over here on the Crown land. And as you can see here, This is, the creek bank has moved a couple times, so just on this plan, this is a survey done in 1996. It's now changed slightly, which you'll see on the newer plans. So the land use district of this area currently is in the R1 district, and it would be also R1 when the new land use bylaw takes effect April 1, 2020. So if council chooses to accept this offer to purchase, there is no required application to change the land use district itself. It applies on the properties as well as on the roadways. So there is no mapping amendment that needs to accompany this application.
If there was an interest on the part of council to change the land use, that would be a separate process?
Yes, if council wanted to do that, would it be a council-driven process, and you would bring forward a bylaw and go through, even if council's proposing changes, you still need to do first reading, public hearing, second and third reading.
And do I recall correctly that in the offer to purchase, there's terms around that eventuality, that if there were changes made to the zoning, or I think it's inferred that if there was change to the zoning, the offer would be removed?
I need to open up that agreement. You know what, I gave it all my copies.
I mean, there's certain assurances in the offer to purchase that the landowners could build what I think they have intent to build. And if the land use should change and not allow for that sort of development, then
Do you know off the top of your head? Yeah.
2A, yes. So the amendment that's spoken with reference to in the contract is speaking to the creek setback requirements that are in the land use bylaw that I think Ms. Wotenko is going to walk council through in the next few slides. So it's not specifically to redistricting the property, it's speaking to the development regulations within the existing district.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, I didn't think there was anything in the district that, or in the agreement, that should council choose to change the zoning, but I would think that in any offer, should the developability of the lands change, that the offer wouldn't stand. But that's a good point, it's actually not in here.
Okay.
But I think that would give, if council did change the zoning of the land, that would give the opportunity for the offer to be removed from the table by the other party.
Great, thank you.
So in their current state, I'm speaking still to the existing state of the lots, there is sort of a limited development potential. And as I mentioned, we did ask the landowners to do a new survey of the top of creek. So you can see back in 1996, this is the old, 1996 is here. This is the old survey from 1890. And so the dark is the 2019 survey of the top of bank. So from the original survey, there is more land available for development. But what this is showing is what area on the lots are available for development given the town of Canmore's current regulations. And this is showing with the 15-meter creek setback. Our current land use bylaw does allow for an owner to apply for a development permit and request a setback variance of 5 meters, because the normal setback is 20 meters. But if you're, and it's specific to a lot registered prior to September of 1997, or sorry, April of 1997, you can apply for a 5-meter variance so that your creek setback is 15 meters. However, if your lot was registered after this date of 1997, you no longer can apply for that 5-meter variance. So we find that in the case of, for example, if you have a lot that's been rezoned to R2 and you're putting a duplex on it, if you build your duplex before, you can apply for the 15-meter variance, but if you subdivide and get a new property, a new plan number, you do not have the opportunity to apply for the 5-meter variance. So it comes down to the exact lot number of your property. And that's what land use bylaw regulation, how it takes effect.
Would this property would be allowable to apply for the change setback?
In its current state, with the current plan number of 1095F, registered prior to September of 1997, yes, they could apply for the 5-meter
Right.
variance.
But that application, it could be denied.
Typically, it can be, but within the town of Canmore right now, the only direction within the land use bylaw, if you look at the statement, is if you make an application, if your house is less than 325 square meters, the variance will be approved. If your house is greater than 325 meters, you cannot get the variance. So there isn't any direction in the land use bylaw as to why we would refuse it. So in the case of when people have applied for it, the planning department generally has, well, your house is under 325 square meters, yes, you get the variance.
So there's no houses, well, except for the old place. So how, if the application to change the setback was made prior to any new construction planning, what would the situation be?
So for an application to come forward in the current state, and I would like to point out that there have been at least 3 applications on file for these properties. There's been an application for 1 large house, there's been an application for 3 separate houses, and there's been an application to close all of 12th and 3rd Street. So this isn't a new concept that's come forward. None of them have followed through so far. I think there are quite a few constraints to the property. One of them is replacing the utilities back to Railway Avenue. It's quite an expense, and developing the laneway to the proper standard. But so as the lots currently stand, yes, you could come in for development permit applications. You'd have to take down the existing house, come in for development permit applications, and request the variance from a development officer. The process would be, normally you don't need a development permit for a single-family home or a single detached dwelling, sorry. In this case, you would need a development permit for the variance, and because you're needing to install new utilities. And generally, the 5-meter setback variance, as long as the house is under 325 square meters, would be approved.
I don't want to interrupt the flow of your presentation too much, but I'm curious about what may transpire there. So with the 20-meter setback, which is in place, if the town should not agree to the sale of the land, what could be built on the remaining land between the 20-meter setback and the property line? I mean, how much land is left to develop?
So this, if you can see it, kind of helps illustrate that. So here, this is the current lot boundary. Okay,
Yeah.
so ignore the road closure area for now.
Right.
And this shows the 15-meter creek setback, and this shows the 20-meter creek setback. So if the variance, and you have to think too, there'll be a 6-meter front yard setback here.
So pretty much nothing could be built there.
Well, you get, so I'm going to go to this one. So the existing building envelope for each of these lots, they kind of did the calculations. So for lot 15, you get the largest buildable area, so 213 meters squared is your building envelope. So that's not the building size, that's how much space do you have to put a building footprint on. So you could have a building with a footprint of 2,200 square meters on the main level.
Square feet.
Sorry, square feet, thank you. Lot 17 is more constrained, where you get a smaller cabin size. And then we can go through later, if you so choose to see, what they could build. And so this is with the 15-meter setback, because recognize that right now there is the ability to apply for a 15-meter setback. In this case, there wouldn't be. So, for example, with proposed lot 18 is lot 15. So if they don't get the 20-meter setback, which is the way it currently goes, they actually have the same building envelope. With the 20-meter setback, again on lot 19, there's a larger building area. because they've shifted the lot, proposed to shift the lot lines to make Lot 19 larger than it was as Lot 16. So
Yeah.
does that help answer the question?
Yeah, it does for sure. I can see with the existing situation, they could build a pretty big house on 2 of the lots and a cabin on the 3rd lot. Presumably not an inexpensive cabin, but thank you.
You're welcome. So I was speaking to kind of the limited development potential. The other thing that sort of limits the development potential here is utilities. So there is very old utilities in the roadway, well, in the laneway in Railway Court right now. But to build anything here, even a single detached dwelling, the town would require upgrading of its old copper piping and older sanitary servicing. So both mains need to be replaced all the way back to Railway Avenue. And then the laneway would need to be reinstated. So there is some significant work to be able to develop these properties. So the proposal is to purchase these undeveloped portions of 12th Street and 3rd Avenue as shown. And the offer price is $587,000, which equates to about $72 per square feet. And this is being proposed by the applicant, and it is market value, and it's based on an appraisal. And it's based on an appraisal of developable land. In that the land that they're buying, even though it is a roadway now, it's being purchased to be developed on, not purchased to maintain as a roadway. So it is quite a high price. The offer requires applicant to get various approvals. Most notably, to close the road, you need to do the road closure bylaw process, so we do have an application process for that and a fee. And they also need to go through a subdivision application. And I think even though you might be less aware of the road closure process, it actually takes quite a while, and there is a public component of that with council. The subdivision application, because there is no reserve lands and no creation of road, this can be dealt with administratively, not by, so with the secondary subdivision authority, not by the primary subdivision authority. And in the offer, the applicant has indicated their preference to receive a land use bylaw amendment to allow the water body setback from the 20 meters to the 15 meters. We don't have an idea yet clearly of what that looks like or what the administrative position would be, but the applicant feels strongly that it's important to them to have the 15-meter setback. And so the previous image that I showed you was the current lots, and this is the proposal. So you can see Mayor Borman spoke to the walkway, the nice pathway that follows through. So this is a survey, this is where the walkway comes. So the walkway would need to be reinstated, clearly delineated outside of this property.
So currently the walkway continues on straight there where it shows a blip?
Yes. Well, it spills out onto the undeveloped laneway. But I think because there would, if this offer does go through, there would be a driveway access here, and we would want very clear delineation of roadway and driveway versus pedestrian access, because this is a very busy trail, and we'd want to make sure that it is safe for pedestrians.
I could imagine that development such as proposed would have fairly significant impact on the experience of using that trail for walkers and cyclists and all that.
Could it be similar to the Spur Line Trail, where recently we did subdivide 2 pieces of land, or it's 1 piece of land into 2 properties there, and there's now houses on both sides. It does change the experience, but it's still a beautiful walking trail. I walk it all the time. Yeah. So this image does show the increase in building envelope that the owners would get should they be able to purchase the road allowance. In particular, the proposed Lot 20 gets quite a bit bigger of a buildable area. So as Ms. Miller pointed out, that I would speak to the land use bylaw amendment. I have spoken to it a little bit already, but it isn't a rezoning. It isn't a mapping change. It is purely something that the applicant would like to propose so that they can get that 15-meter water body setback, which they would not be allowed to get once the lots have a new plan number, which is registered after April of 1997. So what does a road closure bylaw look like? So it must not only be approved by council, but it has to go through approvals of the Minister of Transportation. So this involves notification in the newspaper of the proposed bylaw. Then we give first reading to it. If council successfully gives first reading to the bylaw, we circulate the bylaw to the minister for approval. And we wait to hear back from the minister.
And we wait. And we wait a bit more.
And then we wait. And I haven't had any conversations with the with that department to see how long the circulations are currently taking or what their preference on this application would be. So we'd have to present it and see how long that would take. Previous road closures I've done, it's taken 1 month to 3 months to hear back from the minister. There is what the MGA says before you can go through a road closure, approve the bylaw, you must give an opportunity for the public to be heard by council. Typically that's a format where the public is able to come up and speak with council at a council meeting. And then you can give second and third reading of the bylaw. And this is in section 22 of the MGA if you are interested in looking at the legislation of what is involved in a road closure process.
So just before you move on, so if the process should commence, then there's the opportunity for public to be heard by council. Is that like a public hearing, you mean?
It isn't the same sort of, so when we talk about like a statutory public hearing in the sense of the MGA where it says for land use bylaw amendment, you must have a public hearing must be advertised 2 consecutive weeks in a newspaper, you must send out notifications to adjacent landowners. It's not, and then you have to have that formal public hearing. It's not given the same weight in the MGA of how you circulate, when you notify, what kind of newspapers. It just says that council must give an opportunity for the public to be heard by council.
And presumably that allows council opportunity to change decision if what council hears from the public is sufficient to have council change their direction. And how would that affect then, because by then this letter of agreement or the contract has been signed. So once this contract is signed, it seemed to me to infer that council can't go back on the agreement. But if there's an opportunity to hear from the public, which might change the discussion, how does that factor in?
Great question. So the agreement doesn't, it doesn't say that council will approve a road bylaw closure. It says that the applicant will submit an application and go through the process. Council is no way obligated to approve anything in this agreement. And should council not approve the road closure, that means that the agreement is then...
It's null and void.
It's null and void.
Yep.
Yeah. Without any negative ramifications. This isn't holding council to any decision right now. It's just setting out the parameters that should council want to explore this idea, this is how you would go through the process. And these are the timelines with which this must be done, otherwise the offer comes off the table.
Thank you.
So following the road closure process, if that is successful, then the applicant must come in for a subdivision or consolidation application. And so what would happen, probably concurrently with the registration of the road closure bylaw, you would take this area, consolidate it, and then re-subdivide it. So we'd have two kind of concurrent approvals going forward to land titles at once. And then land titles would close the road and register the new lot boundaries. This prevents having to get access easements and agreements prepared, just register it all at once with land titles, which is process, but it's why we would do it that way. And then once you have these new lot boundaries, if the subdivision is approved through the subdivision application, we also, that's where opportunity is to ask for upgrades to municipal infrastructure. So we have had from the applicant, they've presented an evaluation of those sanitary mains and the water mains and what it would cost to replace them. And so we do, yes, we agree that should the subdivision application come forward, they would have to upgrade the water, the sanitary main, all the way back to the tie-in at Railway Avenue. There would need to be a new fire hydrant installed, and they would have to rehabilitate the road and the lane. And this is all at their own cost. So the conditions of the offer. If council chooses to accept this offer today, we would require a 5% deposit from the purchaser. And then in the agreement, we've tried to set reasonable timelines required for the land use bylaw amendment, road closure, subdivision. Should these timelines not be met, we can agree to extend them, but they have to be agreed to by both parties, and they need to be reasonable. You know, we wouldn't extend the agreement for 5 years for them to think about things. It's if, you know, if the Minister of Transportation is taking longer than 1 month to approve this, we will extend those timelines. And the other condition of the offer is that, and this is important to the applicant, for a land use bylaw amendment condition, so that they can get that 15-meter setback. However, if the landowner chose that, you know, I can settle with a 20-meter setback, they could ask us to waive that condition and proceed with the application in absence of getting a land use bylaw amendment. So at any point, we can ask, either party could ask for a waiver of conditions. The financial impacts to the town. So the purchaser would be required to pay all application fees to cover administrative costs. Land use bylaw, road closure, and subdivision. Similar to any other application that comes forward to the town. The utility and road upgrades would be at the cost of the purchaser, so and the trail, making that safe. None of that would be at the expense of the town. And the town would receive $587,000 to put towards our capital reserve fund. And just to follow up again one last time on the stakeholder engagement, we have not done stakeholder engagement at this time because should council not choose to go forward with this, we would have gone out and done engagement on something that council wouldn't support anyways. And there are quite a few opportunities for the public as you would move through the process. A land use bylaw has a mandatory public hearing. A road closure bylaw also has a mandatory, what the MGA calls opportunity for the public to be heard by council. And subdivisions also have mandatory circulation to adjacencies, our internal departments, and landowners for input. So there's quite a few opportunities for that public input should council proceed. One of the questions that came up, and we did have a lot of discussions about this during the negotiations with the landowner, is the requiring environmental reserve. So this is set out in the Municipal Government Act, Section 633. And it states specifically that a subdivision authority may not require the owner of a parcel of land that is the subject of a proposed subdivision to provide reserve land or money if, and the applicable statement here is C, if the land to be subdivided is 0.8 hectares or less. All of these lots are less than 0.8 of a hectare. The largest lot is 0.6. The subdivision authority cannot force a landowner to provide environmental reserve or environmental reserve easement in these cases. I did, through the negotiations, suggest to the landowner that they can voluntarily provide environmental reserve, as we have in other cases in the town of Canmore, like the other subdivision that I spoke to along the Spur Road. I spoke with the landowner and said, you know, it would be great if this was environmental reserve, protect a riparian habitat. We did a 6-meter wide strip, and yeah, we were able to negotiate that. We have not successfully been able to negotiate that with this landowner, but so we can't require it. So our recommendation is that council direct administration to enter into the offer to purchase an interim agreement for a portion of 12th Street and 3rd Avenue as presented, and that's as presented today at the meeting with the updated timelines. And secondly, to direct the proceeds of the sale to the general capital reserves. Questions?
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. You answered a few of my questions in the end of your presentation there. One of the questions I had was that little laneway we're calling Railway Court. Who actually owns that land? Is that Town of Canmore? Or do they have an easement over somebody else's land?
So the town of Canmore, this is Railway Avenue. That's whatever it is, 30-meter wide road allowance, I think, or roadway.
Right.
This is a formal lane. This is Town of Canmore Road. This is 3rd Avenue, which is a road allowance. And this is also 12th Street, which is another road allowance, all under the care and control of the town of Canmore.
Okay, so Railway Court does belong to the Town of Canmore.
Correct.
And if they were to put in services to Railway Avenue, they would use that access through, so they'd have to dig it up, put the service in, and then resurface
So
that.
currently, right now, there is existing water and sanitary. They're very old.
Right.
Like the water is really old copper piping, not suitable for, if you did put even a new house here, that would have to be upgraded. So the water and sanitary currently comes all the way down here. The water comes into the property, the sanitary stops. So yeah, this would have to be dug up, replaced with brand new services.
And so that would be the developer's responsibility to dig up that road, put in the service, resurface the road. So essentially, the Town of Canmore would get a new road out of that too.
Yep, and it would be to a laneway standard. So currently, this is not a completely asphalted, so it would be to our laneway standard, which is a graveled laneway.
Right, okay. Because that's how we usually do servicing, right? We dig up the road, put the groundwork in, and then resurface it. So that's what the expectation would be on their part too?
Yeah, they'd have to do it to exactly our standards.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm a little confused about the 5-meter variance. I thought in the staff report it said it has to go to SDAB.
So there's two ways to get, so the way that the bylaw is currently written, with the current lot configuration and the lot numbering being Plan 1095F,
Right.
registered prior to September 1997, they can apply right to the development officer and get a variance, a 5-meter variance. And we would approve it if the house was less than 325 meters squared. If the purchase goes through, let's say, and they don't get a land use bylaw amendment, and the plan number changes to, it would be a plan number that's not registered prior to September 1997. They would not have the opportunity to apply for the 5-meter variance. They could apply to the they could apply, have it refused, and then go to the SDAB.
Okay, so you have to redo the plan? They have to get a new plan number?
That's correct. When you do a subdivision, the
Okay.
consolidation, and because they want to adjust the lot boundaries
Right, okay.
and consolidate this property in, they get a new plan number. So just the way the land use bylaw is written, because the plan would change from 1095F to, let's say, 2020-011,
Right.
they no longer are applicable to apply for a 5-meter variance, just because that plan number changes.
Right, okay. So that's what I'm confused about, the process, because there's steps that have to be taken here, right? So at what step does that 5-meter variance come in? This step or after the plan number changes?
So the way that the offer has come forward from the applicant is that they want that 5-meter variance confirmed upfront by council, rather than going through the subdivision and then coming in for development permit and having to go to the SDAB and have that refused. They want the assurity from council upfront because they don't want to go through all this process if it's left up to the SDAB at the end. So they would like to amend the land use bylaw to have that assurity from council that the 5-meter setback would be granted. Setback variance, sorry.
Okay,
that-
and that's in the offer to purchase, that's the way it's worded, yeah.
Yeah, so the offer to purchase 2A. Within 30 days, the purchaser shall submit an application to the town of Canmore proposing to amend the land use bylaw's prescribed setback distances to Policeman's Creek from 20 meters to 15 meters in order to accommodate the proposed 3-lot subdivision described herein.
Okay,
Without that condition, the agreement could still go forward. They could still close the road and go through subdivision, but it would be left up to, at refusal of a development application, going to the SDAB to know whether or not they would get that 5-meter variance or not.
okay, I didn't realize that the plan number was going to change, so that was the part that
It's a
was
confusing,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I understand the rationale for connecting that piece of land. If they subdivide into 3 lots, can they actually build one sprawling building on there? Up to 325 square meters?
If they consolidated all 3 lots, yes, they could build one house on
But
it.
that's not their intention, right? Their intention is to subdivide it into 3 lots.
Correct.
So their intention is to build 3 different houses
That's correct.
with all the setbacks from each other, et cetera, right?
That's correct.
I think they could build one big home on the existing land without any changes.
The way it is now,
Yeah,
because what's there is already sprawling over 2 or 3 lots, right?
yeah.
So the way it is now, they could build one big building on those 3 lots?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if they subdivide it, then they can't? If they do this land amendment with the roadway?
So if they do the roadway and they consolidate it in and subdivide into 3 lots, the way the land use bylaw is written is that you can have a maximum of 1 dwelling unit per lot. They don't have to build, but they have the opportunity to build 1 house per lot.
Not much point going through all this if there wasn't an intent to build 3 separate houses.
But it is 3 lots right now, isn't it?
That's correct.
So wouldn't they still have to build 1 house per lot?
That
Yeah.
would be the maximum, but they
Okay.
wouldn't have to. If they chose to, yep, they could come in, and that's existing. They could build 3 houses right now within those building envelopes. They could.
They'd be small.
Well,
a
so for
couple of
example,
thousand.
Lot 15 is one of the bigger lots. So right now, the building envelope, 213 meters squared, which is 2,200 square feet. So the main floor could be 220 square feet right now on Lot 15.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Comfort?
Okay, so I'm going to seem very thick-headed. And just to clarify that, is the sale contingent on that rezoning or on that amendment to the land use bylaw?
So that would be up, this condition A is written more for the purchaser. If the purchaser does not get this condition, it gives them the opportunity
To back out?
to back out of the agreement.
All right.
Yeah, so it's kind of their protection of, well, I really don't want, here, I'll go to, I don't want to build just here, so, or, sorry, within the 20-meter setback, so I'm going to back out of the offer.
And does this set any kind of a precedent for future negotiations on development distance from the, so does that apply just to that parcel, that amendment? Or is it true for all of the subsequent developments?
Because we don't know what that amendment looks like at this point in time, I can't answer that question. That would have to be something presented by the applicant to administration. We would evaluate the impact and then provide a recommendation to council on what the impact of that proposed amendment would be.
Okay, because I think we've had warnings before about not sort of band-aiding certain things, and then we end up with the same problem we had before we did the big revisions. So I'm a little concerned about that, but I'm prepared to see what happens as we go along.
Yeah.
So thank you.
So for example, there are at least 2 other properties in the town of Canmore adjacent to the creek that have direct control districts. to get specific setbacks. Like there's the building here that the engineering firm is in, I think it's at the MMM building. It got a DC district so that it can be set back 5 meters from the water body. But it came with a specific set of conditions of riparian protection and how it was to be built.
The interesting bit on that project, I recall, was council didn't support it, but it went to the minister, and the minister overrode council. So ended up with a great building, and ISL's operated out of there for, gosh, that's 12 or 14 years, I suppose. But sometimes what council feels is irrelevant to the minister.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Thank you. That was really helpful.
Councillor Hillstad?
Thank you for your presentation. So there's probably some concern out there that if we accept this, that, you know, we just will have to accept all the other things. Now, I think within the the offer to purchase, section 2.1 basically just states that none of this can fetter our decisions on the future LUB and road closure application. Just, you can speak to that a little bit more, just how accepting this doesn't actually force our hand in any way.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So we kind of say within planning there is no precedent. So it's up to council to make each decision on every application individually. And very often circumstances are very different site by site. So what you approve in one application doesn't mean that you have to either approve or refuse it for the same or reason. It's always very different. And that's why most of these applications have the opportunity for public input, for public circulation. Council considers everything on its own individual merits, and we would recommend that. So for example, would we close a portion of Main Street and sell it? Probably not. Why? It's our main thoroughfare. This road allowance, it isn't actually, it's part of the government road allowance system. So back when in 1890, when the town was surveyed, as you know, with the township system, road allowances were surveyed and left for potential road development. It doesn't mean that that's where the roads actually went, but we were given that opportunity for it. So for example, even in Three Sisters lands, the agreement that we have there, which is through the settlement agreement, is that those portions of road allowance, which the town is under the care and control, we close those and that road allowance goes to Three Sisters, and then they give us back an equal area of land, which we then use for PH housing, affordable housing. And that's a specific agreement that we have with Three Sisters, which is different than we have here. So we can consider every application on its own merits. In this case, this is an unused piece of road allowance. Will we ever build a road connecting here to the other side of Policeman's Creek? In the future, I don't see that. So it is a piece of unused land, which the town is at the discretion to sell.
Yeah, so just to get to Councillor Hillstead's question, even if council decides to accept administration's recommendation today, we do have to come back with the road closure and with the bylaw amendment. So council does have those two other opportunities, as Tracy has referenced before, to hear from the public and make a decision considering the public's input at that point.
So I'm really having a hard time seeing any community benefit from this transaction other than the obvious cash benefit. But that piece of land, I mean, it's a protected park-like area with pathways and right in the middle of downtown. It was only a year or two ago that we seriously considered acquiring a private piece of land to specifically to create a protected reserve, a park-like reserve along the banks of Policeman's Creek. So I honestly don't see much of real community benefit from this opportunity. But did you have any discussions or during your discussions with the landowner, was there any suggestions raised that there might be an opportunity for them to dedicate some of their land to meet community needs, affordable housing, or you know, there's a number of nonprofits that are looking for land to develop facilities, nonprofit facilities like the Palliative Care Center, for instance. The YWCA is looking for land for their higher ground shelter. I'm not sure if this would be suitable, but has there been any discussion around how this might ultimately provide long-term benefit of community housing or facility?
Many of these conversations, I would say, happened with Mr. Fark in absence of myself for quite a number of months. I'm not sure if Mr. Soto is aware of any of those conversations. What I've been having with the landowner is specifically related to planning process. That's my role at the town. So I'm not aware of any conversations around that, but it is beyond the scope of planning legislation. We don't have any, they haven't put into place the inclusionary housing regulations into the province yet. So at this point in time, as a planner, I can't require a developer to donate land for affordable housing uses or park uses. And the Municipal Government Act is pretty clear that if a municipality suggests that you're going to designate land for park uses, which are public, within 6 months, you do need to approach the landowner to purchase the lands. Like if you're going to change the zoning to turn it into a park use, you then have to start negotiations for purchasing the land. So in absence of direction from the province of being able to do inclusionary housing, I haven't had those conversations at any point. Council could put those questions forward to the applicant, though, and see if there be an opportunity for changing the agreement. But Mr. Soto, are you aware?
So I would say that this is a market transaction. It's not a request for land for a subsidized value, or which then would open up the conversations for negotiation on community benefit. This is strictly a market value. There's been an appraisal of the land for use and an offer to purchase from the town. So I believe there have been private discussions with some of the parties that Mayor Borman, you referenced, but those would be private discussions and not something that the municipality has been party to.
I won't get into a debate with you. I see. No, I won't get into that. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I thought Councillor Comfort was going to ask this question because we were discussing this earlier, but could you tell us what exactly is allowed in the setback area, whether it's 15 meters or 20 meters from the creek, from the top of bank?
Sure, yeah. So the way that the land use bylaw is written is that it says within that setback area, no buildings or development. So buildings is pretty clear. What development means is defined specifically under our land use bylaw would include things such as fences, excavations. So development is fairly all-encompassing. The challenge, and I'm going to bring up this is a great question. I'll bring up an image to show you how the town, our control over development. So, for example, when we get a real property report or a development application, we look at, okay, so where are buildings and structures placed with respect to the property boundaries? And we can control easily where is a house built, where is a shed built, where is the parking area. All of that we see on a plot plan. However, things like fences, patios, fire pits, where you put your chair, where you mow your lawn, isn't in a development permit application, and it's not something that we go out and we actively enforce. If someone sells a property, we will get a real property report and we evaluate where are the buildings and the structures. We don't go out and look at the property to say, oh, have you built a fire pit in a place that you shouldn't have? But so, for example, this is on Mallard Alley, so this is the property lines. This is one case where I'll point out, so when the creek was resurveyed upon redevelopment of this property, the creek boundary was amended, right? So this is now part of the creek. This owner did choose to designate environmental reserve, even though it was beyond, like, you can do that. But the rest of the properties have not, so the setback variance would apply here. But, for example, some of these properties, you can clearly see where development has occurred, and they are maintaining, this is the town's road allowance right here, which we haven't enforced this either. But there's fire pits, there's bridges, and it's hard to tell. There probably are not fences, but this definitely is being maintained. You can see there's a patio out here with a fire pit. This is being maintained for private use. And I wouldn't say for maintenance of riparian areas.
So could you actually build a fence like right along the riparian area?
So in some cases, so for example, the subdivision, which I was speaking to earlier about the, next to the spur line, where we were successful in negotiating with the applicant to designate environmental reserve, even though we couldn't require it. We also asked them to delineate the property boundaries in some way that they propose to make sure that the landowner is very clear of where is my property boundary. And so they actually did install very large boulders. They chose not to do a fence, but very large boulders, which delineates, yeah, it's very clear that this is the edge of your property.
So it's what we're calling development is not that well defined?
Well, it is.
Unless there's an excavation?
Yeah, so fences, excavations, buildings. So a garden wouldn't be development under the Act.
No.
Nope.
So I'm thinking of a couple of lots of Three Sisters.
Councillor Comfort, did you want to speak?
I was just thinking of a couple of my neighbors have lots on, or live on Three Sisters Drive, and they just kind of adopted the backyard. And so every year their backyard grew by, I don't know, 10 feet, 12 feet, another flower bed, another path through the woods. They're quite beautiful, but I often wonder what would happen if the town enforced the lot ban.
Yeah, yep. And then on private land, which is more to what Councillor Sanford is speaking to. So for example, in some areas like Peaks of Grassy, we do have non-disturbance restrictive covenants registered on certain properties so that they maintain the rear yard, which is adjacent to the wildlife corridor, in a natural state for wildlife protection purposes. So we do have restrictive covenants, but it's very challenging for the town to enforce these. If a landowner doesn't know that that restrictive covenant is there, or doesn't care because they want to cut down their trees, they'd be cut down on their own private property, and we would have no idea. So it is challenging to enforce regulations on development on private properties, and what is development, and how do you control, cutting down of trees and landscaping, mowing lawns.
So I'd just like to add to your question, if there was development outside of the property lines on town land, what would be the enforcement procedure? We would have the right to go in and remove any development, whatever it might look like, from our property, and they would be confined to their own property lines.
So I guess what I'm most concerned about is the integrity of that riparian zone. And the intent of the setback from water bodies or creeks is to protect that zone, whether it's 15 meters or 20 meters, from development, infringing on the riparian. But as you say, somebody could put a patio. If it's their private land, it's still their land, but the development setback is defined, but the use of that land between the development and the water body is not clearly defined. There's things that they can do on their land.
Yes, and they don't need a development permit for it, we wouldn't notice it. And I think the challenge here is that, yes, this survey was done in 1890, prior to there even being a planning act or consideration of what environmental reserve was, or why you would have riparian setback areas. So a lot of the town of Canmore is next to a creek, and the property boundaries are sometimes within the creek. We do have better knowledge now. When we do new subdivisions, we do look for environmental reserve dedications. We do look for protection of riparian areas. This is complex because it is something that we're dealing with from a historical plan of survey that was created in 1890.
Can I ask one more question? There's a lot 14 that belongs to the province that's not part of this application. If we close the road allowance to lot 14, does that affect the landowner of that lot?
So we would circulate that landowner should this application proceed. But in any case, the main effect would be, do they still have legal and physical access? So we can't approve a subdivision which does not give legal and physical access to a property. So still they would come in on Railway Court through 12th Street. This is the legal and physical access to the property.
So they can still get to lot 14 if they needed to.
And then as for the existing structures on that property, that would need to be enforced by the landowner.
Okay, so it doesn't block off their access to that lot that's not part of this application. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Seeley.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. Back to riparian setbacks and everything else. It seems like we're using dates rather than science. What more concerns me is a 5-meter setback, and they can do that just because they applied by a certain date. Are there any real concerns in that area? It seems like it's really sensitive.
That's a really great question. So when we did the municipal development plan, at about the same time the province was developing the stepping back from the water regulations. So currently in the MGA, there are very few reasons why you can designate environmental reserve. One of those, like you can't say, hey, I want to preserve those views. That's the purpose of municipal reserve, buffering, maintaining a stand of trees between development. That's municipal reserve, a good purpose. Environmental reserve must be lands that are either undevelopable for reasons of it's a steep gully, the lands are unstable, or you're protecting a water body. For example, that's a very specific one next to a water body. And so the way the Act reads is that it can be, and for the environment, say a minimum strip of 6-meter width from the top of bank. And that's what municipalities can ask for. The stepping back from the water regulation has been looking at, okay, so how do we actually delineate proper riparian setbacks? Like, how do we really truly protect our water bodies? And so the stepping back from the water regulation, we reference this now in our municipal development plan. And when the town of Canmore was considering what lands do we own that we would like to use for development, we hired a qualified consultant to do a study on the Fairholme Drive property. And it came back saying, whoa, you don't want to develop here. This is actually kind of part of a wetland. Your development setback should be 50 meters. And so that's something that in the MDP, we do hope that we can, for new development purposes, have developers use. So for example, in some of the EISs that are coming forward for subdivisions or new area structure plans, in these new areas, we're asking developers to have their qualified consultants really look at the water body, look at these stepping back from the water regulations, and delineate appropriate widths as environmental reserve. And so the province is also in the process of developing a tool. I don't think it's been released quite yet the last time I looked, but it's a stepping back from the water calculator. And so you'd have your qualified professional put in like all these widths, the type of soil, the vegetation, and it spits out a number at the end and it says, this is what your width should be from the setback to adequately protect the riparian area and the water quality. As I mentioned to Councillor Sanford before, this is a more challenging situation. We're dealing with a survey from 1890 where that wasn't taken into consideration. So how can we still do development on those lots and still protect riparian areas? So that's a great question. It's something that the MDP directed us to do. I don't think we're at that place yet of having that question answered, and so the way the land use bylaw is still written based on date of when the property was registered. I think partly recognizing that some of these surveys are very old, and those kind of considerations weren't taken into they weren't taken into consideration when this plan was registered. It's a challenging question for council.
Are there any other questions? Did you tell the question? I'm assuming that if there was any interest in a counter offer from council, now would be the time to put it on the table.
Yes, I anticipate that if council chose to put a counter offer out, that we would present that to the purchaser. We do have the 6 days in between to have those negotiations. The owner of those properties is unfortunately out of town today. I think they're back in town tonight, so they couldn't be present at the meeting. Barb Scott is here. So we can have those conversations starting today, tomorrow, with the owner. Yeah, should council choose to counteroffer.
Councillor Comfort, did you have a question?
This is just more of a, my curiosity and lack of knowledge, really. But at the moment, if you want to walk along the bank of the river and continue on water courses in the municipality, it's greatly improved over what it was when we first moved here in 1980, where numerous things blocked you off and so forth, and trails have been improved. So 2 questions, and I should know the answer to both of them, I think. One is there like an overall vision to have a contiguous set of trails that you can follow around the water courses? And access to public, I was just reading about, for the public to the water courses. I was just reading about California and Hawaii, where they have, it's legislated that you can't block the public off from the water, and people have tried various ruses to do that. So I just wondered, where are we in that ideal, I guess?
Good question. No, there are no long-term plans to try to put walkways along all of the water bodies. Secondly, that the regulation that you say that's in Hawaii, and I think you said California?
And California.
Where they can't block access. No, that is not the case in Alberta. Where you can get public access to water body, that's environmental reserve.
Okay.
Do we have the opportunity to go back and force environmental reserve on a property that's less than 0.08 hectares? No, we don't. Does the municipality have the opportunity through new regulations in the Act to approach landowners to purchase it as conservation reserve for the purposes of public use? Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Just so I understand how it might be shaped, if there was an interest in suggesting a counteroffer, how would that best be entered into the discussion and voting? Anyone?
I would recommend council make a motion directing the administration with the specific conditions you'd like us to take back to the purchaser as a counteroffer.
Prior to voting on the recommended motion?
Correct.
Ms. DeSoto?
The Municipal Government Act does allow us to go in camera to discuss offers and land and legal issues. So if this is something you would like to have some private discussion about, you could select to go in camera.
Yeah, good suggestion. And for that reason, I will move council go in camera at this time. Those in favor? Opposed? We're in camera. Some will have to leave the room. Hey, Rob, you want to top that up? Just top. Thanks. It is cold in here. I like your hair like that, Jeff. I like your hair like that. Makes him look. Makes him look
That's the in-camera too, Jeff?
No, I might just keep this on. They're all mocking me with their hairs.
We'll just give. Oh, we were broadcasting. So, back in public meeting, I will call a 10-minute break, which is part of our standard procedure after 2 hours. So we'll reconvene at 20 past. Item F2, I'll move the council direct administration to enter into the offer to purchase an interim agreement for a portion of 12th Street and 3rd Avenue as presented. And there's a few amendments to put forward. I'll move, if you put it on the overhead, Ms. So I'll move that we amend the agreement to include a requirement for a non-disturbance restrictive covenant for a minimum of 6 meters from top of bank of Policeman's Creek, registered on the title of the new subdivided properties. Is there discussion on that amendment? I'll speak in support of the amendment. I've personally had concern about what might happen in that area, which is, I mean, they're sensitive lands with waterway, and it's also a protected area currently that brings a lot of value to the community in regards to the ability to enjoy those lands in the center of our developing downtown core. So I would like to see as much protection as possible through this transition, recognizing that as the lands currently sit, they're privately owned lands. There can be development on those 3 lots. So with this amendment and with a requirement for a non-disturbance restrictive covenant, then at least it helps to protect the creek itself. So I would support this amendment. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you. Yes, I think this is a good way to address the sensitivity of the riparian zone, which borders this whole property, all 3 of these properties. I think it's important to consider that it's not just development that impacts our community. It's often human use and the kinds of activities that people maintain in sensitive areas. Riparian zones are very sensitive areas in the town of Canmore. And so having a 6-meter setback from top of bank for development, whether it's a bonfire or a patio or something that actually changes the integrity of that riparian zone, I think if we can protect that aspect of it, that really brings a lot of value to the decision that we make today. So I will certainly accept this amendment.
Councillor Comfort.
Yes, I will also support this. I don't think that it significantly limits the development that can happen on that property, although I have a question about non-disturbance. What is the actual definition of non-disturbance? Is that like you can't walk across it? Is it like you can't put a path along it? Like,
Question administration.
We have a variety of types of non-disturbance restrictive covenants registered throughout the town. Depending on the purpose of the restrictive covenant will result in the type of clauses in there. So for example, we have some that are non-restrictive because they're adjacent to a wildlife corridor. That would be probably different than what you might have adjacent to a riparian area. So I think part of the negotiations between administration and the applicant would be, or the purchaser would be to negotiate what are those clauses of a non-restrictive. But typically there are things like you must leave it in a natural state. There are cases, so for example, if a tree is going to come down and be a hazard, you can remove that tree. But essentially it's leave it in a natural state.
okay, thank you.
Further discussion on the amending motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on this amendment. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And if you could put the second amendment on the overhead, Ms. Hyde. And so I move that the agreement, we amend the agreement by deleting section 2.0A, which is the land use bylaw amendment conditions. And that's the specific condition that references changing the prescribed setback distance from 20 meters to 15 meters. My preference would be to allow 20-meter setback, or to move forward with 20-meter setback. I believe this amendment would help ensure that. Is there discussion on this amendment? Councillor Sanford.
Yes, Mayor Borman, I would be inclined to support this amendment. As our planning department illustrated to us, there's a fairly significant amount of developable land there on several levels. So the main level might be smaller, but because we have the option of going up on those particular lands, a 20-meter setback still, I think, gives a reasonable amount of developable land. And of course, there's also decks and other buildings that can be built on that property. So I think a 20-meter setback does address the requirement to consider the protection of that riparian zone even further. So I will support that. Thank you.
Is there other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And then there's a third amendment to go on the overhead. So I'll move that the motion be amended by amending 4.0, date for acceptance, to reference January 31st in place of the 20th of December 2020. Should be.
20th of January.
Well, it should reference 2020. Right. So the date for acceptance would be January 31st of this year rather than the 20th of December of last year. No.
The agreement's been amended?
Right.
And you were handed out a new agreement? It's now the 20th of January of this year. So we're just extending by 11 days.
Right, by 11 days, right. Okay, so effectively, date for acceptance is being changed to January 31st of this year. Discussion on that amendment? I think it's pretty straightforward, given the changes to the, or suggested changes to the agreement to give the landowner some additional time to consider and work with planning department. I'll call the question on the amendment. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Back then to the primary motion that Council directed administration to enter into the offer to purchase an interim agreement for a portion of 12th Street and 3rd Avenue and now as amended. Discussion on that motion. I'll speak in support of the amended motion, even though I'm not personally that supportive of seeing any new or impacting development in that area. I feel that council should be very protective of that specific piece of property. It's like an oasis in the middle of our growing town center. And it's an important riparian habitat. Regardless, I recognize that as it stands today, it's private property. Private property has a right to be developed, and those properties could be developed as they stand today. So through this, the direction that's been approved now by council, we would see some additional criteria added into the development planning, which would help protect the creek bank and some of the other aspects of that treat area in the middle of our town center. So given these amendments, I am prepared to support the motion as amended. Other discussion from members of council? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. Well, I too will be prepared to support the offer to purchase. I think using that road right-of-way in a more useful fashion is actually good for the riparian zone, because pushing the development back into the road right-of-way part of the landscape will actually further our cause to protect that riparian. Also, I think administration stated that there would be some removal of some septic fields and tanks from the property, and hooking this up to municipal wastewater, and it's currently hooked up to the municipal water services, but it's not up to a very high standard. So allowing the purchaser to make all those improvements, and in exchange give them some more developable land, is probably a good exchange for what we're trying to achieve here. So I think I would accept the offer to, I would support the offer to purchase under those conditions. And I think we get some good benefits out of this as well for the town.
Councillor Comfort.
Yes, I also would support this. Aside from the cash, which is market value for those lands, as appraised, I would, and we also would get significant redevelopment of road allowance into a proper laneway standard, as well as the benefits that Councillor Sanford mentioned. So I think this is a good deal for the town, and particularly with the amendments we put in place, and I hope the purchaser is able to see the way clear to agreeing to those conditions.
Further discussion on the motion as amended? See none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And then finally, I'll move that the council direct administration to direct the proceeds of the sale to the general capital reserves. Discussion on that motion? See none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Moving on then to item G1, the borrowing bylaw amendment 2020-01, Bow Valley Trail wastewater upgrade construction. Ms. Richardson.
Good morning, Mayor Borrowman and members of council. I'm here today regarding an amendment to a borrowing bylaw for the TIP 20 deep utility work. Our recommendation is that council give first reading to borrowing bylaw amendment 2020-01, Bow Valley Trail wastewater upgrade construction. As a reminder, this was what was presented when the original borrowing bylaw was approved with the other borrowing bylaws for approved 2019 and 2020 projects with debt financing. It's a 2020 project to upgrade the wastewater mains along Bow Valley Trail. The original cost of the project was $1.4 million, with $1.3 million financing through debt and the remaining $100,000 coming from the wastewater utility reserve. During the 2020 budget amendment process this fall, which was approved in December, there was an amendment to this project. The original cost estimates were based on open cut methodologies. However, in the amendment process, we discussed that micro-tunneling is the only viable option for crossing the CPR tracks. The total cost of the project, based on that updated methodology, is now at $2.6 million, with that increase being financed through debt. So now a total of $2.5 million being financed through debt, and the $100,000 from the wastewater utility reserve remains unchanged. What that means in terms of impact, so at the time of writing the accompanying report, the rates were at 2.478%. So the total interest on this project would be $508,623. At the time the original bylaw was approved, the total interest on that smaller amount was $355,000. So as of January 3rd, the rates have dropped slightly. So we're increasing the overall cost of the project and what we're taking through debt, but the rates have become more favorable since that time. For the timeline, we're recommending first reading of the amended bylaw today. It will be advertised in next Thursday's paper and the week following that. There's then the 15-day petition period, so we're proposing to have second and third readings at the next council meeting following that on April 2nd. Overall, in conclusion, our recommendation is that council give first reading to borrowing bylaw amendment 2020-01 for the Bow Valley Trail wastewater upgrade construction. And happy to address any questions at this time.
Great, thank you very much. I think it's fairly straightforward. And maybe I just missed it. Did you say the 15-year rate hasn't changed since December 1st? Is it still 2.478?
So we usually do our borrowing through ACFA. There is some uncertainty right now about their future, but we have been given indication that our ability to access those rates, I guess, favorable rates for public institutions will continue. ACFA updates their rates, I believe twice a month, so the rates continue to be updated.
Right.
So the January 3rd rate is the most recent one, 2.474. At the time of writing the request for a decision, it was at 2.478.
Right.
The rate we ultimately end up paying will be the prevailing ACFA rate at the time that we require the funds.
Right. Are there any questions from members of council on this matter? Seeing none, thanks very much for your presentation. That then I'll move the council give first reading to borrowing bylaw amendment 2020-01, Bow Valley Trail wastewater upgrade construction. I'll speak in support of the borrowing bylaw. It's certainly been before council on a few occasions, going back to the original capital project discussions. It's clearly of prime importance to the community, this project. We did learn quite a bit through the project conducted this past year around the regarding the open cut methodologies. It's clearly good that we're learning from our experience this past year and changing the approach to building this capital project. Downside is it costs more, but it is a critical project for the town, so I'll continue to support moving forward with it. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. I too will support this increase in borrowing. I think we've been given some fairly good analysis of the situation, and the micro-tunneling is beneficial to us, especially since the railway track is involved. It is a much more expensive process, but I think it's much more applicable to the use that we're going to apply to it here. Plus, we've had some experience with micro-tunneling in this area. We've got high groundwater issues, and micro-tunneling is something that allows us to proceed with these developments without incurring the problems of open cut. So I know that it is an increase in the borrowing, but in this particular situation, I think it's quite defensible, so I will support it.
Other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Moving on then to item H1, the offer to purchase roadway for fire hall and cemetery access. Ms. Wojtenko. Ms. Wojtenko's missing. Or we could change the agenda and move this. Megan, do you want to speak to it? Okay. Alrighty, then, super. We'll have the report. No, Megan can present. Yeah, go ahead.
Item H2 before H1?
Okay, right. I'll make that motion. Those in favor? Opposed? We've made the change. Ms. Zimri.
Good morning, Mayor Borman, members of council. I'm here this morning to provide an overview of the Youth Wellness Team, a project designed in response to receiving the Municipal Cannabis Transition Grant. I'm recommending that council approve operational expenses for Youth Wellness Team to be funded from the Municipal Cannabis Transition Program, which I will now refer to as the MCTP. A little bit of background about the grant. The MCTP is intended to support municipalities in addressing enforcement and administrative costs related to the legalization of cannabis in Alberta. The total grant amount is $62,614, and other Alberta municipalities also had the opportunity to apply for this grant. Some of the specific grant objectives include keeping cannabis out of the hands of children, promoting safety, protecting public health, and limiting the legal market for cannabis. So there's actually a fairly long list of eligible activities according to the grant, everything from enforcement to research, but these were the two that pertain to this specific project, with education and outreach, meaning youth education and prevention specifically, and then incremental staffing, which includes approved expenses such as hosting events and activities and staff salaries relating to these activities. So community social development and family community support services saw a number of advantages to applying for additional grant funding. The first one is an expansion from FCSS guidelines. FCSS serves our community of Canmore, and we don't turn anyone away that walks through our doors. However, from a funding perspective, the FCSS provincial mandate prevents us from working with the Stoney Nakoda community, within the Stoney Nakoda community, and this grant opens that door. In terms of relationship building in all community work, it's so vital, and it's even more so with our Stoney Nakoda neighbors as we continue our ongoing commitment to truth and reconciliation. And this is a unique opportunity to begin relationship building between Canmore and Stoney Nakoda youth specifically. In spite of close geography, this is still there's seldom overlap in activities between the two communities. And we looked at gaps in areas of our current support, and high school students are one demographic where we saw opportunity for prevention work. And the reason this is a wellness team, not a drug prevention team, aside from how thrilling being on a drug prevention team might sound, it still hits all the drug prevention promising practices, but allows for a greater focus on leadership, relationship building, and involves students in a more palatable and impactful way in their community. So this research mostly was taken from the National Institute of Drug Abuse, and the principles that repeatedly surfaced in drug prevention research, including successful programs, enhance protective factors and reduce risk factors, primarily for youth. So risk factors are attitudes and behaviors depending on age, gender, ethnicity, culture, and environment. So these might be lack of meaningful peer network or social isolation. And protective factors are positive supports, behaviors, or interventions that mitigate an individual's risk factors. So that would include parental or family support, positive self-image, healthy peer relationships. These other ones are also important points for drug prevention programs, including youth at key transition points, focusing on skill development and leadership skills in particular, building community and peer connectedness, and incorporating volunteerism. This is also one principle I would like to highlight. Research-based prevention can be cost-effective. $1 in prevention results in $10 savings in substance abuse treatment. And this is one we're very familiar with working with FCSS. It's just another reason we chose to focus our efforts on youth prevention, and we know the immense value that this work has. So the Youth Wellness Team vision is including 10 students total, and that's split between the Morley Community School and Canmore Collegiate. It would be a number of workshops and experiences over the course of a few months with these students that incorporates various leaders in the community and mentors through different aspects of wellness. So that would be mental wellness, physical wellness, social and spiritual wellness. Students will be tasked with creating a community wellness event, so one in Canmore and one in Morley, and the whole team would help design and run this event. And students will be photo documenting their experiences with the help of a professional photographer as well, and hosting a gallery exhibit in each community upon the completion of the wellness team. And this runs from January through May. So this vision is a result of satisfying the grant requirements, incorporating those protective factors through research, developing a program youth will actually be engaged with, and addressing gaps in community need as well. So I don't have exact numbers on the proposed expenditures other than using the grant in full, but this is the breakdown of how the money would be spent. Team experiences such as Telespark's Science of Mental Health exhibit and program, land-based experiences with Stony Nakota elders and leaders, a Banff Center speakers session, hiring contractors such as a photographer, or we have an acting professional, public speaking professional lined up to work on leadership skills. Costs around the community wellness events in Morley and in Canmore, the hosting of the photography exhibit, and transportation, as well as program supplies and administrative costs. So as you can see, it's all very straightforward. There are many facets to wellness, and the point is to support students as they navigate their own path, rather than prescribing what wellness means. This could be, as I mentioned before, in any realm of mental, physical, social, or spiritual health. And it gives a good picture on how wellness is linked in so many ways to these protective factors that I mentioned earlier, such as peer and family support systems, building on strengths, positive sense of self, and both individual and collective action in the community. So the Youth Wellness Team objectives, this is the chance for students to work and support each other and actually learn together. And because it's over a slightly longer timeline in school time, they're developing more meaningful relationships. There will be skill development through hands-on events planning and hosting, and learning with some of our local professionals in town. One of the objectives is to support community participation, and this just provides students a new perspective on what it means to be involved in their community and the process of actually making an event or something meaningful happen. And in terms of wellness education, the realms of mental, physical, spiritual, social well-being from both a community and a cultural lens. So the whole idea is that it's youth-directed, so we want to empower students to become leaders in these communities and work together to establish these new networks as they will be the future. This comes with a certain amount of unknown and willingness to be flexible and take on a different direction as needed. So this is the loose context for a program that builds in these protective factors for drug use. And we know that a one-size-fits-all approach is the wrong approach to community and relationship building, and that's why we'll lean on these students as the experts in their own communities. I would also like to mention the importance of the ongoing relationships built between community members, Town of Canmore staff, and school staff throughout the program creation process. So it's not just what's happening within the program, but it's what's happening around the program and the development. And it's my hope that this is the beginning of an ongoing effort towards meaningful connection between Stoney, Nakota, and Canmore youth. So to conclude, I'm recommending that Council approve operational expenses for a youth wellness team to be funded from the Municipal Cannabis Transition Program. If you have any questions at this time, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. I have a few questions. Did you have something, your buttons heated up here? No? Okay. Well, thanks for the presentation, and also thank you for coming forward with this really creative way to use the available funds. I'm really supportive of the vision that you've created. So, but specifically questions, so how will the 10 students be selected?
We've advertised through the Canmore Collegiate High School just at large, so they have slides, and we've had a number of students come forward that are interested, and the number was going to be fluctuating a little bit depending on how many people or how many students were interested, but it seems like we've landed on the exact right amount between this school and the Morley Community School. The one in Morley had highlighted their student leaders already before this had happened, and so those are the ones that were approached to see if they were interested.
Great. So that there'd be 5 Canmore students and 5 Morley students who attend the school here, or it doesn't matter where they...
No, they attend the Morley Community School.
Great. So they're selecting their 5. And will in the leadership, the adult leadership, would there be Stoney working as an adult leader as well?
That's right, yeah, through the school mostly, but we'll also have mentors coming in to lead the workshops and the meetings.
Excellent. Councillor Sanford, you had questions?
Yes, Mayor Borman, thank you for your presentation. That's amazing that you can do something this comprehensive. My question is, what is the age group that this is geared towards?
So most of the students are in grade 11 or 12. There are 2 of them that are in grade 9 and 10 in the Morley Community School. We were aiming for that transitional piece, but also the peer influence side of things. So if, we didn't want to turn anyone away if they're in grade 9 and 10 and they have great ideas and can also influence their peers, but that's the main group.
So that's about 14 to 17?
Yeah, 15 kind of at the youngest to 18.
Okay. And how long do you see the project taking, or what kind of time frame are we looking at?
It'll run from January until May, and but same thing, like there might not be a strict cutoff in May depending on what their community event happens to be. If it's something that's more conducive to being held in June, then we'd be open to that too, provided the expenses were covered previously.
And are they presenting to students of about the same age or younger, or we don't know yet?
It kind of depends what they come up with. So their community event could range from a street dance to a fun run to a community lunch. It just doesn't, I don't want to put any of those ideas in their head just yet, so
okay. So
we'll
it's
see.
pretty much self-directed by the youth?
That's right.
To determine what activities should be done?
That's right.
Oh, okay, good, thank you.
You're welcome.
You referenced ultimately there'd be a photograph, an exhibit of photography. And would that be mounted at a location here in Canmore and Morley, or just one or the other?
Yeah, we would have two of them. One would be at Elevation Place, and that's the first weekend of May. And then we would also have the same one in Morley. Location is still to be determined. It may be the school there, but that the hope is that, yeah, we have two exhibits where all students would be present and could interact with public and explain their pieces.
It sounds like a really great plan. In fact, I'm impressed by the depth of the planning, given it's a relatively small budget amount, $62,000 grant, which in the overall scheme of things isn't a lot of money. So
it's not, but in
and I appreciate also the urgency that informed the decision to spend some of the money, $12,300 and whatnot, outside of the budget approval process. And well, that's something that council's not really comfortable with. In this instance, I see the real value, and I appreciate that at the end of the day, that amount, if things didn't move forward in a positive way, would be, could be noted as a variance in the final auditing. So while, we don't encourage administration to spend funds that haven't been approved, in this one instance, I'm supportive of that decision from admin. Yes? Oh.
On that, for the record, I just wanted to be clear that this miss was mine, not anyone in community social developments. So the mea culpa and the miss belongs with me.
Okay, well then you can take all that I said.
Write it down, yeah.
Personally. Councillor Comfort?
Yes, I'd like to applaud you for the program. It's very comprehensive. And I'm curious on a couple of things. The mentorship learning through the BAMP centers, so is that through their programs that they already have, or will they develop a new program?
No, they've opened it up to us to have some experiences whenever they have guest lecturers and professors and speakers there, to bring all the students and have an informal chat with all of them as they are finishing their presentations. So kind of a unique opportunity there that they've tailored to our time frame and the number of students we'll have.
That's great. And then the other one was professional drama workshops to develop public speaking and presence, which is a wonderful idea for young people who often have great ideas and want to present and stuff, but they're shy and don't have the skills yet. So that's wonderful. Do you have any ideas which groups would participate in that part of the program?
We have, a man coming from the Vancouver, I'm forgetting the name, Arts Umbrella Vancouver, who has ties with the BAMP Center as well. And he's offered to do some workshops, and he regularly meets with youth in his acting and presence workshops, and has developed quite a reputation for really connecting, and is also very excited about the project. So at this point, that would be who we're looking at contracting.
Great. Thank you very much.
Are there other questions from members of council? Seeing none, thanks very much for your presentation and for the quick work that your team's done to put this together in a short period of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, I will move that council approve operational expenses for a youth wellness team to be funded from the Municipal Cannabis Transition Program. Speaking to the motion, I will support the motion. I think it's really interesting approach to using the funding that's available, and particularly like the way that the project proposes involve the Stony Nakota youth, working with Canmore youth, and so that becomes a really multi-beneficial program, not only building a healthy awareness of cannabis use, but also building the cross-cultural connections. So on two really important levels, this program is hitting the bells with, as I've noted already, relatively low budget. So I'm happy to support the motion. Others speaking to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. We'll move then back to item H1, the offer to purchase roadway for fire hall and cemetery access. Ms. Wojtenko.
Thank you. I'm back again with another offer to purchase. This time it is an offer being put forward by the town to a private landowner. And it is for a portion of what is currently used as a roadway, but it actually is private land. And that's why we're putting forward the recommendation that Council direct administration to enter into the offer to purchase with 3G Equity Incorporated to acquire a 0.0345 hectare portion of Lot 1, Block 17, Plan 9711512, to be registered as road plan at a purchase price of $18,000 plus GST from the fire hall design capital budget. This $18,000 has already been included into that fire hall design capital budget. However, we are in front of council making this request because the lands transactions policy does require that any sale or acquisition of lands is approved through a motion of council by resolution. So that's why we're here today. And so this is the new fire hall site. You can see, oh, Robin taught me this cool, there we go. So the new fire hall site, which the town has been exploring since about 2018, which would be located about here. So this is Palliser Trail, this is Silvertip Trail, this is our current cemetery, and the access to the cemetery is here off Palliser Trail on this road. And this land, you can see in the next slide, is the access currently goes across private lands. So these kind of teeth-looking shapes are part of the Holiday Inn site. So there's two options: to purchase this land from the owners, or well, we could have got an access easement. I prefer to not use an easement. We'd like to make this roadway because of the development potential of the lands, expansion of the cemetery, this other land here, which the town does own. And I should explain too that this land, which is Plan 9312238, this is currently a road plan, which we would be looking to bring another road closure bylaw forward to council to close this so that we can develop the fire hall site on here. I have been in conversations with Alberta Transportation on this one, and the foreseeable response from Alberta Transportation is that yes, if the town does not need this land for future interchange or highway purposes, that the closure would be supported by the minister. But what we would have to do is make sure that we maintain legal and physical access, both to the fire hall site, our existing cemetery, as well as this provides future, it confirms the access for the Holiday Inn. And so this image shows the portion of the road which is on private lands, and this is the portion that we would purchase. And then we would also make sure that this also stays as road plan to ensure access on both sides. And
just curiosity, I mean, it's an odd boundary for a piece of land. That, any idea why, how that ended up being the line?
Yep. Hard to see, but in previous renditions of Silvertip, the original road alignment was up here. And because of road grades, and this, as you know, is steep, the road, I think in the late mid-90s-ish, the road was realigned, the design, and for some reason, this is the resulting property boundaries.
Yeah, just curiosity. Okay.
And this area was also, like the actual road plan, was potential for enhanced interchange.
Right.
So unknown of Alberta Transportation at the time of the design. We now know that it won't be used for future interchange, either from the municipal side or transportation side.
Thank you.
So we did go out and get a appraisal of those lands, and the value came back as $18,000, and that's using the road as, or what is a road now, but registering it as road plan. So this is not land that the town would get put into a certificate of title that could be developed. The process is, we don't even need to do a subdivision. For dedicating a roadway, you need to, as council, present an offer to an owner. They need to agree to a price. We send out a letter to the adjacent landowners in 40 meters, and then we create a road plan and we register that at land titles, certifying that we have met the requirements of the MGA. And so we have got a signed agreement as of December 31st from 3G Equity Inc. on the cost. So if we enter into this agreement today or very soon, then we can proceed with the remainder of the process for creating the road plan and having both legal and physical access to those lands.
There can't be too many landowners within 40 meters of this subject area.
No, there are not.
Holiday Inn and Silvertip, is that about it?
I haven't done the exact boundary, but it wouldn't be very much. Yeah, most of the surrounding lands is either town-owned or road plan.
Right. Okay.
So again, this is the recommendation being put forward by administration for council today, and you do have the agreement attached to the staff report for your review.
Just before thank you for that presentation. Just before I put the motion on the table and we consider this request, sort of an aside, coincidentally, yesterday I had a phone conversation with the Mayor of Victoria. This relates to the fire hall because when I had been there for the Livable Cities Forum, she mentioned that Victoria is building a new fire hall. So I wanted to follow up and learn a bit about their experience there. It's quite different because it's in the downtown. But specifically thinking about our conversation at council around encouraging the planners to consider other options or alternative uses, additional uses. In Victoria, their fire hall, there'll be 2 levels, 2 floors of fire hall, and then I think 6 levels of commercial, and then 8 levels of affordable housing. I'm not suggesting we put 16-floor building here, but and the mayor personally has the experience of living right across the road from the old fire hall, and said that she was never bothered by living across from a fire hall. So that conversation just helped encourage me to continue to push for us to include some housing opportunities in the build. That's just an aside. But now I'll move on and put the motion on the table. And I'll move the council direct administration to enter into the offer to purchase with 3G Equity Inc. to acquire a .0345 hectare portion of Lot 1, Block 17, Plan 9711512, to be registered as road plan at a purchase price of $18,000 plus GST from the Fire Hall Design Capital Budget. Councillor Sanford, speaking to the motion?
I'm speaking to the motion, yes. I would be happy to support this. I think it was outlined that there was an option to use an easement process, but I think this is much better for us to actually own the land. And I'm extremely happy that this is being done at the front end of the fire hall design project, because this is the kind of thing that we don't want to be surprised by when we go down a very long road of making big plans and then finding out that there's a barrier. So getting this barrier out of the way early in this project is really, really good. So I would be happy to support it. Thank you.
Is there other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Last item, H3 is the Family Resource Network Provincial application. Did we want to do the public presentation and then go in camera, or?
I think the assumption is that we'll break for lunch. But we
Beg your
certainly
pardon?
can ask her to come.
Huh?
The assumption has been that we'll break for lunch. But
Okay.
she's here and could come and present it. But
I
if we're
see.
going to do in camera and then lunch and then, I mean, all at once is probably easier. So if there's going to be a lunch break, it's hard to know how long that conversation will be.
Yeah, you're right. I'd like to think it could go quickly, but probably not. So then I will call a lunch recess. We don't need to vote on that, just a recess, correct?
Till 1?
Till 1 p.m.?
Until 1 p.m., so skedaddle.
I emptied out the room, it looks like. So good morning, Mayor, members of council. Today I'm here to request permission to apply for the provincial funding for Family Resource Network services. In my presentation today, I will talk about the province's new vision for children's services. I'll review the Family Resource Network model, and then I'll request that council move the budgetary portion of my presentation to in-camera and then move back to public for the motion. Currently, Bow Valley Parent Link receives provincial funding as a program. One program is funded to provide a collection of services. In December, I shared with you that the province is re-envisioning children's services. And as part of this new vision, funding for early intervention and prevention services is changing, and many children's services grants and contracts, including Parent Link, are ending on March 31st, 2020. The new vision is for a network of children's services, and different organizations can apply for different pieces of the network. Organizations will be funded for a service, not a program. Collectively, this network of services will be called the Family Resource Network. Under the new vision, there will be approximately 61 networks across the province. Communities that are in close geographic proximity are considered one network area. Network areas are categorized as small, medium, or large based on population and land size. Our network area, which includes Canmore, Banff, Lake Louise, and the MD of Bighorn, is considered a small network area. This chart depicts a continuum of frontline services that each network area must have. Services must support the 3 core domains, which you can see on the left: child development and well-being, social connection and support, and caregiver capacity building. These services must target families with children in 3 age groups, and that's on the top: 0 to 6, 7 to 13, and 14 to 18. And the continuum of care must be provided for all families. That's from universal care, which is depicted as the light blue, and that's services for the general population, to intensive care, depicted as the dark blue, which is services that provide significant support for a longer period of time. And in addition to this continuum, each family resource network must also have a home visitation program. As I described in December, the Family Resource Network has a significantly larger scope of service than what Bow Valley Parent Link did. Bow Valley Parent Link was focused on universal and prevention programs for families with children 0 to 6 years of age, the light blue area of the continuum. In addition, each family resource network must be organized through a hub and spoke model of care. This chart is a depiction of a hub and spoke model. Direct services are considered the spokes, and they are represented by the smaller circles on the outside. And the large circle in the center is the hub. This hub doesn't provide direct service, but it coordinates and evaluates direct services. So the hub coordinates and evaluates the spokes. Organizations can apply to provide hub services, spoke services, or hub and spoke services. Each network area can have multiple spoke services, but typically only one hub service. As I mentioned previously, the Bow Valley Family Resource Network area is considered a small network area. A small network area, the cost of services for a small network area that the province estimates is between $350,000 and $499,000 per year. Currently, the town of Canmore receives $491,000 per year for Bow Valley Parent Link, and the town of Banff receives $68,000 for children's services in their ECD coalition, Early Childhood Development Coalition. In total, right now, Bow Valley receives $560,000 per year to support families with children 0 to 6 years of age. And this funding ends March 31st. In this graph, the black line represents our current funding, $560,000 for children 0 to 6 years of age, and the 2 green bars represents the potential new funding range for Family Resource Network funding. And that's between $350 and $499 to support families.
just to be clear, that's a range. We could end up with 350, or we could end up with $500,000.
That's right. And that's to support families with children 0 to 18. So with fewer dollars, service providers need to ensure that this larger continuum of services is available to all residents within the Bow Valley. It is important to note that these services can be funded by another source. For example, Family and Community Support Services provides parent education programs to caregivers and school-age children. As an applicant, we do not need to cover the entire spectrum, but we do need to demonstrate that the entire spectrum is covered within our network area. To better understand what is and what is not covered, the Town of Canmore reached out to our community partners, and we tried to identify where additional services are needed. So what is needed? Without ParentLink, we know that there is a gap for services for families with children 0 to 6 years of age. But we also know that there is opportunity to think outside of the program. This is our opportunity to understand what else is needed. We know that other organizations are applying for Family Resource Network funding, and we wanted to work collaboratively so collectively we could have the most services within the Bow Valley. So as a result of this work, I would like to recommend that Council direct administration to apply for 4 Family Resource Network services. 1, a parent education service to provide education opportunities to parents, to help parents sift through the vast amount of information and advice out there, and to disseminate child development research in our community. This service would also do gearing up for kindergarten. 2 is a family support worker, and this is to provide in-home support services and to give parents individual support for a longer period of time. This service will also help parents navigate the care system so that no child falls behind the cracks or falls between the cracks. And this service will focus on supporting the whole family in their real environment in a way that supports families in their busy routines.
Again, just I want to be clear on some of this. So there's the hub and then 3 spokes that we're proposing. But under the services we're proposing, the services that we used to deliver through ParentLink, to some extent are incorporated within one or more of these spokes.
That's right.
But none of these will provide the depth of programming that ParentLink offered?
What we were told from the province is that don't apply for ParentLink funding. Don't ask for the same thing that you always got. So what we were trying to do is look at what is it that we need and what were the best parts of ParentLink. So the one-on-one support was definitely something that we heard from parents that they needed. The social connection support, another key piece that parents said they needed. And the parent education piece. That's one of our very popular services at ParentLink. So we tried to incorporate that. We're going to be working differently with our community partners. So for something like parent education, where Family and Community Support Services does offer parent education, our service will work very closely. So the idea is that we can build off each other and expand our scope.
Thank you.
And so we will also be providing the social connection service. That's the other service we want to provide in the Bow Valley. And that's going to have 3 components to it. It's going to have a component for families with children 0 to 6 years of age, for children 7 to 13 years, and children 14 to 18 years. And this service is meant to recognize that older teens are still developing and that the informal support systems are what help children and families overcome adversity and challenges. And then lastly, administration would like to recommend that we apply for a hub service. And through our experience with Bow Valley ParentLink, we are well positioned to coordinate services, to collect data, and to connect with community partners. This service is a natural extension of what we already do through Bow Valley ParentLink. But there's still a lot of uncertainty in the next few months. Between January and March, we will be wrapping up Bow Valley ParentLink programs, and we've already begun service level reductions. Between February 17th and March 20th, if we are successful with our Family Resource Network application, we will be negotiating with the province on what services are needed in the Bow Valley and the cost of those services. On March 20th, Bow Valley Parent Link will officially close, and our staff their positions will end on March 31st. And in April, if we are successful with our application, we hope to launch our Family Resource Network services. During this first year, we'll be continually evaluating our services. These are new services for us, so that we can make sure that we are meeting community need.
Again, just a question of curiosity. So if all of this plays out as you're suggesting, are there any current employees of Parent Link that could be employed under this approach to service delivery?
I think the hardest part of this whole shift for funding was that we have fantastic staff at Parent Link. And the staff are motivated to stay on, and they're here for the families. So they're working really hard to make sure that we have good services. And if there's a position for them, they've all said that they would love to take that position.
Okay, thanks.
So before moving further, do you have any other questions?
I do. Just curious, what's the difference, from your perspective, what's the difference between a program and a service? It seems to me that those are interchangeable words.
I've been using them interchangeably, and I try to correct myself from not, because really it is back to a program is you get funded. One program gets funded to provide many services, and it gives you a lot of flexibility. So you can decide which service maybe you need to have more staffing, or which service needs more time, or even sometimes change your services. This is different. So it's not one program is funded for multiple services. It really is. There are multiple services, and different organizations will apply for that service.
Councillor Sanford, did you? Go ahead.
I think you mentioned earlier in your presentation that there has to be a home visit component to this. So that's one of the programs that you have to cover.
We have to make sure that it's covered within the Bow Valley. We are putting an application in our application to do the targeted in-home support services. So we're thinking a shorter amount of time, or to support parents who don't need an intensive support service. So when it becomes multiple layer or starts moving outside of parenting, then we're going to be referring to a different service. And that service we're hoping is out of Calgary.
Okay, so that would be more like a social service intervention kind of thing, or?
Yeah. So how they explained it to us is up to the front door of intervention services, of mandated children's services. So we're not hoping to go right to that front door. We're hoping to go to where it's still very parented focus, and then refer to an organization that actually does mandated to help with the up to the front door part.
Okay, so more intensive would be another agency that would do that.
That's right.
I'm also wondering, I know that we've talked a lot about this in this community for probably 20 years, about the lack of opportunities for teenagers, you know, like a youth drop-in center sort of thing, just some organization or agency that helps those kids have a place to go or something to do. Is that something that you envision in part of the project that you're determining here?
So that was one of the opportunities that is outside of the scope of Parent Link, but an opportunity that we saw that we could do with this new funding resource and the way they're positioning the services. And not only that, as an applicant, we have to show that that entire continuum is covered. And when we did our analysis, that area needed additional support, especially for more targeted support.
Okay, good, thank you.
Councillor Comfort?
Yeah, I'm curious about overlaps with Alberta Health Services, particularly the PCN and, the PCN. It seems like there's a component here for community health, well babies, that sort of thing. Can you speak to that?
Yeah. So we are hoping to have a very clear referral process with them. So they were one of the community collaborators that we connected with. And our thought is this is a good opportunity for us to catch families before they come into Parent Link. So we typically catch families when they come into Parent Link. What we're hoping to do with this new service is if we have a good, clear referral process with the well baby, then we can be referred to parents who just need that additional support right to the family support worker, who then can help them navigate the services that we have in our community.
Okay, and then it seems to me, and it's even shown on your graphic there, that one of the pitfalls perhaps of the new system is overlap and kind of reiteration where you don't need it. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, it's been a complicated process, especially when we looked at the gap assessment, figuring out where organizations or where we need to fill, and there will be a bit of overlap and duplication in some areas, and I think what we're going to be doing for this next year is really focusing to make sure that we minimize that and expand our services to where there needs additional resources. So a good example is the parent education. FCSS does great parent education programs, and they typically do that for 7 to 18-year-olds or families with children 7 to 18. But if we're going to be starting to do parent education through this Family Resource Network, there's opportunity to work with FCSS to make sure that we can not only do the 0 to 6, but maybe even provide different ones from 7 to 18.
And also, if I may, I'm wondering about other collaborations, perhaps with CRPS and the Catholic Board, Francophone Board, for those connections. Have you engaged any talks in that direction?
Yes, I've chatted with the Francophone Parenting Center, and so they're going to be funded for an FRN service, but it's out of a different funding FRN network area. So Francophone is getting their own funding network across the entire province. And what they're looking to do is to help supplement our services from a French perspective, from a Francophone perspective. Their goal, their ultimate dream, is that when people come to our service, one day we could say, would you like your service in French or English? Right now, maybe we don't have the funding for that, but what we could do is if a parent needed something like family support, we can maybe bring in the Francophone Parenting Center. As for CRPS and OLS, right from the start is a community partner, so we've engaged them for sure, and we continually work with schools.
And you work with schools rather than boards, I think, right?
We work
so
with
you wouldn't be working with Christ the Redeemer, but with OLS.
That's right, yeah.
So thanks, it's good.
As I understand it, then could end up that the province approves the 3 spokes that we're proposing, but not Canmore as the hub?
As far as I understand, that we're the only hub application right now. But I might be surprised. I might not know of all the applications out there, but nobody's contacted me about any other.
Okay, then it's a safe guess that there won't be a challenge to our suggestion that we become the hub.
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from council at this time? Seeing none, thanks for that part of the presentation, and I will move that council go in camera at this time to prevent disclosure of a proposed plan associated with pending policy or budgetary decision in accordance with Section 24G of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Those in favor? Opposed? For in camera. Is there any further presentation or discussion, questions for this public part of the perspective of the conversation?
I was just going to quickly highlight the dates for the application.
Right.
So on January 20th is the deadline. We're hoping to submit our application by Friday, January 17th. The province will evaluate applications between January 27th and 14th. And then the negotiation phase is February 17th to March 20th, and hopefully beginning services in April. And then once we understand what we're getting, what we will be getting for service delivery, I will come back to council to review FRN services, Family Resource Network services, and to ask that we reallocate the $56,000 that is currently provided to Bow Valley Parent Link for wages.
So on that timeline then, will there be a further presentation to council detailing the results of the application?
Yes, but I'm just not sure. I'm hoping for April, but I'm not sure depending on the provincial timelines, and they said to expect delays.
We have that on our future agendas.
So just clarifying, because what I heard you say, Mayor Borman, was that outlining the application. So the application is going in.
No, I was thinking that once we've got
The negotiation,
a
yes.
decision from the province,
Right,
that'll be presented, and we'll know where we fell on this list
right.
of variables.
Yes, okay. So the negotiated
Right.
position, the final agreed to, or, yeah.
Right.
Before we would enter into an agreement with the
Sure.
province, I guess.
So this
yes.
is the only decision-making point for council is to
Oh.
move forward.
Before we enter into agreement, I'm not sure if I'll be able to come to council before we enter agreement.
Yeah, part of the issue for a next step with council approval will be timing. So right now, what the province has outlined is that negotiations will close on March 20th, and you have to commit to beginning service on April 1st. So it will be very difficult for us. I mean, we could schedule a council meeting for the time in between the
No,
20th and
I'm
April 1st.
not suggesting that.
Okay.
I know council will want to hear where we ended up.
Yes. So as soon as we have a sense of the negotiation with the province, then we will look to put something on a council agenda. And it may be that we call a special meeting in April, but until we really know what that timing is, we don't know. As quickly as we can bring that to council, we will.
Perfect.
But it may be that we actually begin a program before the formal decision-making has happened.
Great, that's
Okay.
fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Was there anything else you wanted to detail?
No, that's the end of my presentation.
And are there any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, thanks very much for
Thank
all
you.
the work you and your team have been doing on this. I know it wasn't planned. And it's been challenging and working with other partners as well, but I really feel confident in the work you've presented. I have strong confidence that what you're recommending is the right way to go.
Thank you.
So thanks for your work.
Thank you.
So then at this point, I'll move the council direct administration to apply for provincial funding for Family Resource Network services. And speaking to the motion, I'll speak very briefly and just echo what I've just said. I have real strong confidence in the work you're doing, you and your team. And I choose to remain optimistic that this will prove to be a positive transition for our Bow Valley communities. So I will support the motion. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. I too will support the motion. I think that the work that's gone into this really demonstrates that you know the community very well and you know where the gaps are, and if there's an opportunity to reframe some aspects of Parent Link, I know that program's going away, but it will create a big void if it does go away completely, I think, for the community. So I think it's quite necessary that we go down this road of trying to be connected to the program that is available to us and putting in an application for what is available to us and making the best of that. And so I think that you've got some really good plans, and I appreciate how much work this has been, because I know it was a big surprise. And then to get your process around making this feasible and doable and doing something really good for the community. I think this is great. So I would heartily support what you're doing, and I hope that the process lands in our favor. So thank you.
Councillor Comfort.
Yep, I have to say that I also applaud your efforts to maintain what pieces of the program you can keep. I have to also express my disappointment in the provincial government not recognizing the value of early childhood services. There's so much evidence to show that the more money you put in at the front end, the bigger return you get on your dollar. And I would have thought for dyed-in-the-wool capitalists that would be a good thing, but apparently not necessarily. I do know that for our community, this is a huge resource, and it makes our community stronger, our family stronger, sorry. And I'm very distressed about this. So anyway, I applaud you again for your efforts, and thank you for all the work you do.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Now move that the council be adjourned. Those in favor? Opposed? We're adjourned.
I didn't attend.